Hello, I am here. I, have nothing to really say. So, instead of dragging this out, let's just jump into chapter 2, shall we? Yes, hello. Hello. You can see that. Yeah, so... Yeah. Chapter 2, The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Let's go. I got nothing to say, honestly.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road.
Shit sucks.
As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind
had been
resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas.
Chorus?
Though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
Huh. So I didn't spoil anything for myself, but I looked up when this case takes place, and it turns out it's exactly one day after case 4 of the first game. So it's like case 1, 2, 3, 4, this case 5, and then the case we did last night. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ugh, whoa. Alright. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. Having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. A tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. Thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. That's me right now. I'm always hungry. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I'd better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. August 30th, 7:28 a.m. Sholmes' suite. So August. So yeah, this is a fair bit later. So this must not be the actual case yet. Ah, Runo, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. Shh! Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could just be the abstruse thing from my pre-breakfast stagnation-repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you, too, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, he's got his machine back. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. Oh, God. Get away. Too close. The truth is as clear as day to me. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have this very morning met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button on your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Hurley pulled your button off? Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder, then, that in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Excuse me. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me and I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. But Hurley, Runo said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too, my latest special blend. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes is published in Ranced magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it? Really? That's right, and she has some rather startling news, in fact. Intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun! Okay, we got movement. An armband that I inherited from Cosma. It identifies the wearer as a defense layer throughout the Empire of Japan. Oh, so you have scale balances in Japan too, do you? Well, yes, but nothing like the Old Bailey's huge example. The thing about those scales is they're only ever in balance right at the start of the trial, aren't they? Otherwise, they always seem to be hanging one way or another. I noticed the exact same thing. Oh, is this Japanese kanji script embroidered here? That's right, the name of an armband's owner. So that's how you write Naruhodo, is it? Actually, no, it's my best friend's name, not mine. It's pronounced Kazuma Asogi. I actually believe this armband in some way embodies his spirit, you see. So you have to write all those lines just for one person's name? Kanji is funny, isn't it? That's right, never mind my feelings about my best friend. It's lines I really want to talk about. Oops. Judicial assistant sent to Britain on a study tour. She's the epitome of a refined Japanese lady. Is a huge help always. Oh, she's still gone. An extraordinary young girl who lives with Mr. Sholmes. She has a degree in medicine and is the author of a popular series of short stories published in a prominent magazine. There's not a person in the world who hasn't heard of this famous great detective, whose deductions never fail to surprise, mostly because they're dumb as shit. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, about this. Shh, not another word. Ah, yes, I see. This would be a collar for a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck. And for winter use. Actually, it's the armband I always wear that symbolizes my role as a defense lawyer. Precisely, which leads to one conclusion. Your arm is, in fact, the particularly long neck of a miniature canine. I'm starting to wish I'd never shown him this now. Man's barking mad. the letter that arrived from Japan this morning, by international post. Oh, how lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Really? Oh, isn't that wonderful? Cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped that man twice. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago? Ah, the mustached twitchy man with those somewhat feline eyes and mustache. He didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley. Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. Before I ask the other thing, actually, let me... yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? What's in the melting pot today? The blue carbuncle. Yes, it's from a case of theft that Hurley solved ages ago. The theft of a precious stone. A carbuncle is another name for a garnet, you see, especially if it's cut with a rounded top. Oh, really? And this garnet was blue, was it? Well, that's the thing. They're usually red. No blue garnets have ever been discovered. Oh. So who knows what the stolen gemstone actually was? That's the real mystery of the case. A proper Sherlock Holmes conundrum, huh? I think there's an accolade if I examine the board like every possible chance. There's so many different bottles up there on that charming little set of white shelves. Oh, do be careful, Runo. You mustn't try the contents of any of those bottles, even if you're hungry. I wouldn't do something stupid like that. I'm not a child, you know. Well, I wish I could say the same for Hurley. The other day, he polished off a full bottle of one of my alkaloids. He what? He said he was hungry. I'll be extra careful. I could type with my eyes shut, you know. I could believe it. When a deadline's approaching, you sound like a Gatling gun. It reminds me of a dream I had the other day. It was such a funny one. It woke me, actually. I was typing for a whole hour in the pitch black, but I didn't make a single mistake. That's incredible. But then, when it got light, I found that there wasn't any paper in the machine. Now I wonder if I'd actually been typing at all. I think he might just have fallen asleep on the job. There's a lot of shit in here to examine. It is not important to look at everything, though. Nothing in particular of note. These are different pieces of evidence from cases you've solved, aren't they, Mr. Sholmes? Not quite, Mr. Naruhodo, not quite. These trinkets are a selection from cases I've solved in particular a plume. They're souvenirs of my success. Memories, Mr. Naruhodo, memories. Really? So tell me about the case in which the bust of Napoleon featured. I forget. Memories, he says. Wonderful, Mr. Sholmes, wonderful. I look forward to finding out what aroma your tea will have, Iris, every single day. Well, I infuse a different concoction of herbs from the garden every time, so it's never the same twice. When you call it a concoction, it sounds more like a science experiment than something for tea time. Oh yes, that's because different blends can have very different properties. Some calm you down, some make you feel jolly, some give you energy. Today's particular blend is something quite special, so you're really in for a treat. That sounds ominous. When it gets this time of year, Londoners seem to leave their hearts alight all day long, and I love it. Something very relaxing about watching the flames flit and dance about. But a fireplace in days of summertime is a waste of space, really no use at all. Rather like a great detective in days of no crimes and no criminals, Hurley? Consider this. Instead of a fireplace, a frost place. That's my latest idea. An extraordinary hearth from which one emanates a cool breeze in the hot summer months. What do you think? I think if you invented such a thing, your name would go down in history. The principle is extremely simple. One must, of course, light a cold fire in the hearth. Yes, of course. Brilliant. The trouble is, none of the fires I build ever burn cold. How it taunts me. So, as you British say, it's a bit of a damp squib. Damp squib. Ah, yes, the huge metal chest with the lace cloth laid on it, being used as a table for coffee and tea. It's very sturdy, that's for sure, and firmly locked shut. That chest contains my father's detailed records of Hurley's many cases. Yes, so I've been led to believe, though personally, I've never actually seen inside.
Boomy.
It's squib, yeah. And that's the way it'll stay. Those peepers are a secret between Daddy and me. If you go opening it uninvited, you might find yourself being bitten. What? Is there a beast inside there or something? The machine really is imposing, isn't it? But I can never remember its name. Hurley calls it his great analytoscope. It can analyze anything at all. Analyze with an S. That doesn't really help me. What does this analyzing do something? What does analyzing something even mean? Ah, an extremely astute question, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Well, as Iris said, my machine here spits out analysis results of anything in which you care to present it. But how to interpret those results, that's the key, and I confess I have no idea. Clearly I'm going to have to construct a great analytoscope to solve the problem. That might not help. Ah, yes, Mr. Sholmes' faithful musical companion. Wasn't this violin made by somebody famous? Yes, it's a Stradivarius. Though I'm afraid you'd have to save up for 100 years before you can afford one, Runo. Didn't you buy it for a song, Mr. Sholmes? I found it at a pawnbroker among the forfeited articles. It clearly said Stradivarius on the label. What? The ignorant broker had no idea of its true value, you see, so I paid a mere 55 shillings for it. Yes, I have something of a turn for shopping. Herlock Sholmes, bargain hunter. But is it really a Stradivarius, then? But of course, my dear fellow, it said so on the label. I think perhaps the ignorant broker had something of a turn for selling. Books, papers, scientific implements. These shelves are stuffed to the gunnels. Mrs. Sato wouldn't be able to help herself if she were here. She can't stand mess. She lived here for half a year and she didn't touch it. Susie might not be able to stand mess, but she wouldn't dare touch those shelves. Oh, why not? Everything's in intricate balance. Hurley spends ages on it. If we were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down. Susie noticed it was a very delicate arrangement right from the outset. To make it sound like a meeting of great minds. But the truth is, Mr. Sholmes just needs to tidy up. Oh, I can't examine the bullet holes that he made in the wall. Okay, I think I've looked at just about everything. Can I present profiles? No, right? No. Okay, it's just evidence. Good. Startling news. So what was this startling news penned by Mrs. Sato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten, and... Anyway, in her letter, Mrs. Sato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago? For what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Mrs. Sato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram. Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. And I'd compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that? Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Mrs. Sato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? Mrs. Sato's repatriation. Oh my god. Like an expat, only it's a repat. It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. Oh, there's a place in New Jersey called Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan? Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No. It just said he was suffering from a high fever, cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her that so she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Mrs. Sato's father is hiding. Hurley, do you know what it's all about? Oh, he's dressed now. Ah, well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. An astringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? I will, Hurley. Don't worry. See you later. Great. He scuttled off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Soseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Aha! I found them at last. Iris, are they... The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Runo? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. That's the spirit. So, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because, of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. That's interesting. I don't know how that happened. The last game didn't end with that happening. It was 6 months ago. A mysterious incident that unfolded in the wintry streets of London. Ah, yes, that case. Oh, that poor girl. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. I believe she survives, though. Yeah, fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. Another knife in the back. What a shock. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attack her, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time, and was duly arrested. That man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Sasato-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And, after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once. So we didn't see any of this. In the actual first game, we did the case that Soseki-san was involved in, and then, the story gets resolved and it immediately moves on to the fifth case, the case that came after it. But apparently this happens right after that, and we just didn't see it, because I think the implication is that the way we're experiencing these stories is through Iris's notes, because they're all written like they're her stories of Sherlock Holmes. So I think that's why we didn't see that case, because technically that story wasn't available to us, the viewer, until this point. So it's kind of like a weird meta way of having these flashback cases, because this isn't new for Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney has done flashback cases quite a few times. Ace Attorney 2, the first and second cases are reversed. The second case takes place before it, the first one. And in the third game, there are 2 cases that take place before the entire series. And then it also happens in Dual Destinies, the 5th game. That one's actually, the cases taking place out of order is actually very important for the entire story of the game. So Sasato-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. That's me, I'm handsome. I got some new dim cards today for my Vital Bracelet, and I'm going to try to start using it again. I got the Gilmon and Renamon dims, which have Gilmon and Renamon on them. So, shocking, I know. I really have to finish, I'm trying to do the adventure mode on all of them at least, and get those synced up with the app. I've only finished 2 of them, and I have 7 cards now. I have to finish Hermit in the Jungle, and then maybe I'll move on to one of the new cards before I start anything else. Once I've cleared all of them that I have, I think I'll just start focusing on getting all the Digimon, because the app does keep track of which ones you've obtained. So it's cool to try to fill out all of them. It's like Pokemon, except it's not. It's Digimon. Haha. They literally call it the Digidex too, which is really funny. 21st February, 5:30 a.m. St. Bartholomew's Hospital Recovery Ward. There you are at last. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I don't know why I'm so excited. I think not. Oh. You're late. What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. Time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is I have been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was woken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I had alone been aroused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so... The victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. I actually get to talk to her. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back. Her name is... yes, here we are. Miss Green. That got really weird there. Receipt for some books that Mr. Natsume purchased at a second-hand shop. It was submitted as evidence in the trial the other day. Oh, is this gonna come up again? Sum of 2 shillings turned in the receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Gabarreau, Canterbury Yearnings. Yeah, I remember those titles. It's been a few months, but I remember them. Street map of the neighborhood where Mr. Natsume's lodgings were submitted as evidence the other day. This is where the girl was found knocked out. Mr. Natsume was staying here. This is where he bought the book. This is where they thought he bought the book, but there was stuff going on in this street, and he had to take the long way around. And the reason the girl had the knife in her back, and I'm sure this will get brought up soon, is because the person who owns this building, was in a fight with his wife, and the wife accidentally threw a knife out the window, which bounced off the thing and landed right on the girl's body. In fact, she wasn't actually knocked out here. She was knocked out over here, and I believe the police officer, the Bobby on duty, didn't want to lose his because it was his anniversary, and he'd been overworked, so he moved the body over here. I guess the woman, because she's still alive, because technically over here was not his beat. his beat ends over on this side. So he did that on purpose, so he wouldn't miss his anniversary with his wife. And of course, he only gets a slap on the wrist for it, because police. Nothing particular of note. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, isn't it? I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. Really? It's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. Wait, is that the Bobby that I just mentioned? Looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? He's a very lucky man. My, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know you had a sense for the matters of the heart. Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. Is she an artist? Ah, this looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place? A zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons, yes. This is a person. Poor woman. I hope she hasn't read this. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that? If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Oh, I've no doubt you'd managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. There are limits to even what I could do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mrs. Sato. A mouse, Mr. Naruhodo. An enormous mouse. Vermin in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best. But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. I'm not sure we could say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you're thinking. That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. Change of clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. Are we gonna steal it from her? Good morning. Hello, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, from the Empire of Japan. Oh no, was it your knife that... Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. And I'm Mrs. Sato Mikotoba. Pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come give you our best wishes. Best wishes for me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Oh, she's an artist! Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is I desperately want to be an artist. Ooh, I know that feeling. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. It's not often we get that kind of treatment in an Ace Attorney game. Olive Green, an art school student whose ambition is to become an artist. She just regained consciousness. I've been comatose for days after suffering a stab wound to the back. Why do I do that? How do I do that? It's a talent at this point. Oh, I can't present anything to her. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. Walking along the pavement? What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. But the case had been solved, hasn't it? Well, I've been here in the hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly, by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes. Shut the fuck up. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. Me coming around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should have never regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh no, we're also relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are. That kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. So you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh, no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really. At the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts? Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. How very interesting. Oh no, is it? Brixton is some 10 shops away on the Underground from here. The Underground? Wait, does the Tube exist at this point? It's the 1890s. Did they have trains at that point? Or is the Underground something else at this point? Oh, well, they had the bus, I guess. No, they had carriages. Oh, man, see, now I'm confused. Brixton Road is not here. That's Briar Road. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Center. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison. Dwelt by those of inferior means, excuse me. Including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means? I suppose Soseki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Oh, dear me. Do forgive me. If you don't mind, I'm being discharged shortly, so I'll need to pack up my things. Oh, yes, of course, we won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Is there a Mr. Naruhodo here? Mr. Naruhodo. Naruhodo now. Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, good. This is for you. It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutsmeg. Mr. Natsume? Sent a message to me? Saucy Nutsmeg. Oh. Soseki. But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly. What's going on? Excuse me, I'm still very snotty. I'm actually feeling a little not great tonight. What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? What are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls, a case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Dun-dun. Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, you've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. It will be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what? I'll hail a fiacre at lunch. A fiacre? Fiacre? What? Every time they go somewhere, they're using like a new method of transportation. I'll hail a fiacre at once. It was only yesterday that Soseki-san was in court, and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to us at the time. We were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. February 21st, 7:18 a.m. Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ground floor. Ground crush. That guy? Shows up in like one scene in the first game. What on earth? Also, this doesn't look like his lodgings, unless he removed all of his books. Because his lodgings were originally like this. That's certainly the same window with the bricks in it, and the same heater with the coin-operated heat. But his room was filled to the brim with books. This does not look like how his room looked in the first game. Oh my! The gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this? No early bird should catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Ah! The horrible hairlock Sholmes. Shoo, shove off! Show yourself the door. I never invited you. Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Here they are, already. The busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. Ha, I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene, don't go touching anything. Or good morning to you, Sunshine. Oi, I said hands off! You're gonna mess up my crime scene. Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance, I know you're kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. Someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Holmes, someone died. Alright, it sounds like I better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor here. Oh, no matter who I look at. Yeah. Something's different here. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shamspeare. He was a lodger here. wrong voice. As you could probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss as it happens, or just dead. Mr. Shamspear? It was the landlord, old Mr. Garadeb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. Fellow didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garadeb got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garadeb have a bad leg? Oh yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Soseki-san? Victim was pretty hard up, it seems, even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life, and a miserable end to it. So what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious, but I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear, Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. Certainly seems that way. It does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man, how unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fellow's been a goner that long. The body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences. So the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just one story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. That's wrong accent. Also, I guess this isn't his room, then. So did you know the victim? Were you friends? Answer. What's the matter with Soseki-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me into his room? Never! On my honor, I swear it! What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Through that inspector over there! Herlock, what are you doing? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Ha! You need only observe it to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. My goodness. But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes? Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I've managed to draw two incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please, pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. More like impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. Of course. Let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We've heard some truly astonishing great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Sholmes's Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Cause of death. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate, which contains, you will observe... Is that butter? Oh, soap. 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is the soap set so purposefully upon the dish? Like the victim's Last Supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end, he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of this plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. Poison from soap ingestion. That other guy reminds you of the berries and cream guy? Wait, who? The dead person? Suicide or murder? I mean, he does. The kid from that Final Fantasy 16 trailer, when that got revealed, is like dressed almost exactly the same as the berries and cream guy. The lovely little lad who loves berries and cream. Cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that the death occurred during the victim's Last Supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked, excuse me. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end, in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. No possible perpetrator present. Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You are disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It's a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. It's like the, was it the Space Madness episode of Ren and Stimpy? Where Ren thinks it's an ice cream bar, and he eats the soap. Excuse me, taking a quick breather. Wow, that's a big boy video that Lol's just uploaded. 8.5 hour video. Okay, how extraordinary. In truth, I've tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilt the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. Oh my god, my headphones got tangled twice in this course in the span of 2 seconds. Jesus, there's something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. I couldn't help but noticing shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye, almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deduction touched a nerve somehow. Nonsense! Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are certainly a little sharp sometimes. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in an obtuse angle. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the keywords in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions, and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place. In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. He's a bit of a nutso, if you couldn't figure that out by this point. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpire. Okay, I'm not going to reread the same dialogue here. The fork reveals the answer, so that's wrong. Well, you can't deny that a fork implies a man was eating something, or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than attempt it with chopsticks. And of course, only half the bar of soap is left on the plate. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap? Oh. It is, there is not a whole lot of, movement here. In the first game, you had, like, full movement around certain areas. I suppose you'd eat soap with a fork, would you? I don't think it's a question of which implement you'd use. You shouldn't eat soap, full stop. But then why? Why does the man have a fork in his hand? Oh dear, I understand your frustration, Mr. Naruhodo, but please don't take it out on me. The point is, if we decide the man used this fork to eat the soap, we wouldn't be changing Mr. Sholmes' deduction. So we really ought to consider some other clues. you think he was drinking tea with this soap? The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing. How about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water, and he was dissolving the soap in it so he could gulp down as much as possible. Please remember that he may not have actually been the soap lover that he's been made out to be. The other piece of soap. Look, there's more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shamspeare must have really loved this stuff. Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruhodo. Look closely at the soap. Do you see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table? What the? How can that be? I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart.
Take that!
Other piece of soap. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answers we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. The victim's life was claimed by the poison that tainted the contents of this plate. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument, then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? Yes, a Western vessel for the serving of infusions of dried tea leaves. It's a teacup, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty. So we've already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence to suggest that he was drinking tea. My thoughts exactly.
Take that!
Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel for choice for practicing poisoners for over the centuries. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in his teacup. Poison in the tea. Solved. Myth busted. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. The Poe guy can't get a break, no. His whole thing is that he's unlucky. He's actually based off a very famous author from that period of Japanese history. I believe the person's last name was actually Natsume. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. The Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deductions so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamspeare was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when we heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it. There's more to this deduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for more clues. It's empty, and it's the only cup on the table. It would appear so, yes. And when you consider those facts, Mr. Sholmes' reasoning seems highly logical. But it's always the same in these deductions. The real truth is always buried a little deeper than the great detective suggests. Mr. Naruhodo, you seem very dubious of Mr. Sholmes all of a sudden. Oh, there's another cup. It's another Western vessel for infused... It's a teacup! And it, too, is empty. Wow, she... That was the first time I've seen her yell. Given that he's actually holding this one in his hand, we can assume that this is the cup from which Mr. Shamspear was actually drinking. But if that's the case... This changes everything. Everything we deduced up till now is turned on its head. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it. Yes, I know exactly how you feel.
Take that!
Did the man dine and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in this room all along. In other words, this is a strong indication that the victim's Last Supper. There was a guest present. It looks, that doesn't look like Soseki. That looks like the other dude that shows up in, like, half the cases. At the very least, we can now say with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night, taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable! To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know exactly who was in the room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Oh, man. I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. We could try to ignore your feelings, but we can't ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. Oh no. I know what those books are. It's empty. Empty of liquid, but full of air. That makes you think, doesn't it? Makes me think that you're full of hot air. We should be thinking about who else was in the room at the time. Bother. Sasato-san's quip in response was cleverer than my original riddle. Oh dear, the latch is most definitely broken, isn't it? The door was kicked in by Mr. Natsume, according to the Mr. Garadeb told the inspector. Who knew his short little thin legs had so much strength in them? I'm not sure the length of his legs is in any way significant here. Perhaps this says more about the poor state of the door than Mr. Natsume's strength, actually. Careful, if he overheard that remark, he'd almost certainly have a lively response. I don't know, can this broken lock really tell us anything about who was here? Even Mr. Shamspear didn't eat candles, it seems. We've already established that he didn't eat soap, either. Do you think perhaps the guest brought this candle here last night? Even if he or she did, does it reveal anything about the guest's identity? Good point. There goes my idea. Snuffed out like that candle will be. If you sigh so deeply, Mr. Naruhodo, you're in danger of blowing out the flame. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read... The Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, damn it, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Gaboriau. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but... They're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed. Soseki-san had just been to the bookshop and bought them, that's right. And now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsume claims to never have been here before. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. Pile of familiar books.
Take that!
Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so, it's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's the link to the truth. Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a second-hand bookshop. That's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. No, never. Non-negotiable. If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could have only brought these 3 books here to this victim's room. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there was only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in this room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor... was you, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. Soseki Natsume at the scene. Solved. Deduction complete. Elementary. Not again, not again, not again. Not again! Well then, Mr. Natsume. It appears you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. Again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes? Door, key, locked, entry, exit, entirely impossible. He's so flustered he's being even stranger than normal. What, you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all. You'd have had plenty of opportunities, I'm sure. But... misery me! Sorry, sir, you'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. Ah, you horrible Herlock Sholmes! He has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... you have to help me, please, please! I'm innocent! Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing, Lane. One more thing. What did you say? One more thing. Oh? Yes? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken, Soseki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. Ooh, this water's... yeah. It's because I just drank the Arnold Palmer, but... Okay, I think it was. I think the lemon, the tartness of the lemon was just kind of stuck in the back of my throat there. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. Ah, and of course... What? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garadeb, who discovered Mr. Shamspear. Ah, Mr. John Garadeb, yeah. I expect we could find him in his sitting room at the top of the floor, as usual. Right, we must remember to go and talk to him later, then. Look at these extravagant, bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room, with its grim, shady goings-on. This one looks like a king's attire. A king. I've always dreamt of being a king. Oh, I think he'd be more suited to a feudal lord, a daimyo or such like. With a chanmage topknot? Every Japanese man wishes he had a chanmage. Oh, you look so wonderful with one. And you already have the sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chanmage and a sword? If I'm not mistaken, a chanmage is like a very... It's like a tall topknot. Yeah, it's like a lot. Well, yeah, it's kind of. It looks like there's multiple types, but traditionally it looks like a rather long one. Very tightly knit one. Oh, I got an image here. Again, images and OBS are very messy. Yeah, that's what a chanmage top knot looks like. It's rather extravagant. There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked. Yes, not much use, are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Prosecutor Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and he should donate some to the needy. Van Zeeks. I think I messed that up a ton in the first game. I kept saying Von Zeeks. It's Van Zeeks. You could suggest it next time we meet. Ah! I don't know how that happened. It just, like, slipped right the hell out of my hand. What's this? Looks like part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is that significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps, when you look at around the room. Look at around the room. When you look around the room, there's no sign of a letter, or the rest of the envelope is in fact there, is there? Ah, she's right. And yet here we have the torn-off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree. We'd better take this, just in case. Ripped piece of an envelope that was found in Mr. Shamspear's room. The rest of the envelope could not be located. As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in the property? It's extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh. What is it, Mrs. Sato? If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose. Oh yes, it looks as though an amateur has broken a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shamspear who did it, I wonder? Being the lodger renting this room. Oh, look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it. What? Outside? Here we have another disproportionately large machine. It looks like a meter of some kind. This is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. I see. Yes, now that you've pointed it out, I can see that there's a slot here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean if you put a coin in here... That's right, it would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold? Yes, or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to the gas pipe on the wall. Gas lights. A gas stove. London really is a city of gas. But now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh, yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where does the audience sit, though, for the nightly Shakespeare performances? Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. Audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? Then you could practice your art every single day. I'll think about it, if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Well, if that would help you achieve your goal. This I have to see. It's so cold outside, you could feel it right through this gap. It did snow all last night, it would be cold. But more importantly, what is on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I have no idea. But the pair of them look rather charming like that. Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window. I think perhaps we should take one. There are two, after all. Oh dear, I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at the soap. Ah. Do you see in the middle there? There's a patch in that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain. Looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? Then what's it doing on this ramshackle old room? Cheap bar of soap was discovered just outside Mr. Shamspeare's window. It's one of two that were found there. I don't know why I look at it again. It was really dumb of me. Whoever this opened this envelope didn't bother with the letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Mrs. Sato? I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never. Nothing hidden. A cheap bar of soap that was discovered just outside Mr. Shamspeare's window. It's one of two that were in there. This bar is a different color. It's an exquisite design, isn't it? Trust the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special. I quite like it. It reminds me of the Hinomaru design of the Japanese flag. I expect this is a rather expensive soap. It doesn't seem likely, given who it belongs to. Oh, the poor man. So young to die. Do you suppose it was a very painful death being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn into a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder. Do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul? Sorry? I made sure I had a reference at the ready for just such an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. I'll just reread it now. One moment. There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? One of those teacups that Mr. Shakespeare and his guests drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true, so one was Mr. Shakespeare's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. What was that noise? It was my my Pro Controller. Because whenever that screen shake happens, the controller rumbles. And if I have it down on the counter, it's gonna rumble and make a noise. But Soseki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. Teacups used by Mr. Shakespeare and Mr. Natsume. The one with the little green line on the around the rim was Mr. Natsume's. Okay. Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Inspector Gregson, but back so soon? Japanese scholar sent to London to further his research in the English language. He's just been acquitted of a very serious crime, and now finds himself accused of another. The detective inspector in charge of Scotland Yard's investigation of the case. He's stern and single-minded in his approach, and a great lover of fish and chips. William Shakespeare, victim of the Curd case, a failed actor renting a room in the same building as Mr. Natsume's lodgings. 31. After I threw that little Japanese fellow in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we'd better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low being back in the cell again so soon. I'm sure. What? We should probably go and... What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part? Is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed, oh happy day! What? Walking Dead! The fella isn't dead at all? What was that nonsense he was saying, though? Oh, that was Ryunosuke saying that, whoops. I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare. So it was, that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment, and Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime. Whatever that now was. So, oh cool. So no one's dead. Alright, perfect. 21st February, Briar Road. Whatever do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume, arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I think that perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shamspeare did consume poison, as we deduced. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, can we have a word? Ah! He just ran off. I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I do too, but I don't remember. Whew. Taking a quick breather here. Alright. So our victim is not dead, currently. But that may change. I think. I don't know. I actually have no clue. Whew. Sorry, reading all of this kind of takes the wind out of you. With the exception of the top floor, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb live, all the windows are bricked up. Yes, that's because of the old window tax that was changed on the windows. Yeah, we know about that. In order to pay less tax, the poor members of society filled many of their windows. But the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could be opened up again, surely. Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done. Yes, that is a sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room. I suppose it's the price you pay for living in a very cheap accommodation. It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that. There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Garadeb residence. I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact. That one seems very warped, though, especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think? No, I'm afraid that may be a result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly affected. And there's a good chance Mr. Natsume might have been practicing on this bicycle, I think. Oh dear. I fear you may be right. The Garadeb household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in a prominent position in here in the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help but feeling that's a bit of a slant. It does look rather as though it would collapse in even the smallest earthquake, doesn't it? And it's supposed to be isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? I may have a hunch as to why Soseki-san is such a hunchback. London's blanketed in fog again today, and the sky is covered in cloud. But if you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built. Ah, the Crystal Tower, yes, the centerpiece of the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Everyone's talking about the Great Exhibition of London at the moment, it seems. Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. I can't wait for it myself. Do you think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry? The last great exhibition was held in London and had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. And this time the British are determined to make it an even bigger success, to outdo the Paris exposition. I see. That's an incredible number of people. And with so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed. There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruhodo. Why has somebody built the snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think? It's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruhodo. It's part of the snowman's body. Really? But it already has a perfectly good body. Well, it's true that the British snowman usually made with 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner. And now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man. How he feels. If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen that are the strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections, head, torso, and legs. You ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? So it tells me I was supposed to... examine this, excuse me. Oh god, look how many places there are. Ah yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? So what's on the blackboard today? Buck up, Runo. What is this? Oh, I'm just playing around with ideas for the title of the next month's installment. Another idea I had was the Beryl Coronet. I'm really torn about which one to use. What do you think, Runo? Anything but buck up Runo, obviously. I suppose you're right. I tell you what, I'll surprise you with it. You'll have to wait until next month and see. Ugh, so many sleepless nights. Iris. That's incredible concentration, that is. I find it quite remarkable how she could focus on so many different things at once. Perhaps I should try drinking more herbal tea, excuse me. The blend third from the right would be good for you, Runo. Oh, Iris? This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. It's a charming little white shelf and full of charming little bottles, too. Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode. Ah, a charming shelf full of charming bottles, full of charring ingredients. You know, Hurley mistakenly drank from one of them the other day. What? And how? I think he was lucky, though. He hasn't exploded yet. Chemistry could be a very hazardous occupation. It's living with Mr. Sholmes that's the hazardous occupation, if you ask me. Curious how this enormous metal chest is being used as a coffee table. I'm even more curious to think that Iris's father's notes about Mr. Sholmes' case are inside of it. You mustn't look in there, Runo. Those notes are a secret between Daddy and me. And Mr. Sholmes isn't somehow in on the secret? Hurley tends to forget, you see, as soon as he solved the case, in fact. Once when he read one of my manuscripts, we had a terrible argument about it. Never have I solved such a case, he said. He was absolutely adamant. Sometimes I wonder if he's from another planet, don't you? Water rings underneath this bottle. I don't know why that's happening. Looks like Isan is so terribly unlucky, isn't he? You could say that again. Suspected of 2 different murders in 2 days. Never known anybody to be so badly in the wrong place at the wrong time so many times. I have. And I'm looking at him right now. You know, I hadn't really considered it much before, but I think you might be right. I've been quite unlucky in that respect, haven't I? Am I cursed? Naruhodo-san, I'm sure you're overthinking it. You've been wearing that ever since we arrived in Great Britain, haven't you? Well, it's what shows that I'm a lawyer, so it seems appropriate. I'm not sure that it really means much in this country, though, I'm afraid. I wouldn't say that. It might not be official, but it looks official. Often when the police stop me, I just show them this and they leave me alone. You're stopped by the police? Often? Well, you know, I'm suspicious. I'm a suspicious foreigner, dressed in all black with a sword by my side. I do think it's probably the sword that's the main reason. Still, it makes me happy to see you wearing it. And the armband. Yes, I made up my mind that I'll carry them always. The symbol of who I am and the sword of Karuma. Sasato-san, what do you make of this? Oh dear. What indeed? Let me see. If you don't know, really, it's fine to say so. I won't hold it against you. I am going to do something real quick here. I just want to check the accolades. I want to see exactly what I'm supposed to do for a couple of them. And I didn't miss them. I just need a little bit more of a breather, honestly. Okay. I've examined Miss Green's bottle before it falls from the table in episode 2. Miss Green's bottle? Well, there wasn't a bottle in the first area, so that's later. I want the answer, but it's just some... Who might have... Okay. Alright, so there's 2 to get in this episode. Examine the shovel by yourself at Naruhodo's legal consultancy in episode 2. Examine the shovel with the Sasato in episode 2. Examine the shovel... Okay. So we can do the shovel right now. Oh, we've almost got all these. We just have to read the, got an ad in that Prince Dr. Pepper guy was in it. Didn't think he'd come back. Oh, God. Mr. Sweet, or whatever his name is. Examine the blackboards and show him the suite with Sasato in episode 3 or 4 or the final chapter. Okay. So all I have to do is examine the blackboard at any point in episode 3 or forward with Sasato, and I should be fine for that one. Ace of Spades I could do right now. I think I missed my chance to do the first one. I might have to reload and do that later. This is in episode 3, and these are both episode 2. Alright, well, there we go. Am now fresh and clean. Nice. And there's me who didn't shower today. Perhaps we should put the spade away somewhere. It's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? You're so right, Naruhodo-san. We mustn't quarrel over such trifles. On reflection, then, I think I'll leave the spade where it is. Yes, I think that's for the best. We may need a shovel when we're working in the garden. Isn't there supposed to be a bunch more stuff here? nothing happening here. Seems we're not permitted to do it at the moment because Scotland Yard is investigating. Okay. You know, I don't believe we visited this place for some time. We were there 2 days ago. So at the top floor of the house where Mr. Natsume's lodgings occupied. Okay, the window looks out. Yeah, we know. What is that gold thing? It was one of those models that you pose to, you know, anatomy models. It's just very large. I think the joke. I think it's supposed to be because the artist herself is a large woman. Here we are again, and here we are, and here we are, and here we are. The eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. Done the chapters with many mini memes. Yeah, no, that's done. That was all yesterday. I finished that in one stream. It was only 4 hours long. It was about as long as the first case of the first game, which I did in 2 because that was a split stream, I remember. We're here because Mr. Garadep's the one who discovered the incident this morning. Don't forget. There he is. Old Mr. Mooney over there. Ah, you chaps, eh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Garadep as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking. He looks like the McDonald's Moon Man. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garadeb. Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap on the ground floor. Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? You missed that guy. He was in your McDonald's for the longest time. I, somewhere, have a small figure of the Moon Man in a little airplane. I don't know where it is, but I have it somewhere. Must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Oh, well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bally answer. And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door? Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning. Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspear, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamspear took to the ground floor room 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute? Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a bally screw loose. It's hard to choose which category Soseki-san would fall into. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. Wait, but that was an inner thought. How did she see that? Oh, right, she did that in the first game, too. Like, she could just read his face. He was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare. Read a few of the plays at the Old Bard myself, you know? Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sal, though. It's almost too heavy-handed there. Can't completely rule out telepathy, yeah. Telepathy. Sorry, I'm, like, really tired. I'm exhausted. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shakespeare would have much in common. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Mr. Naruhodo, really? How rude. After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, no, it must have been about 6 in the evening the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time. I'm right here. Mr. Garadeb noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shakespeare got back. And the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there. Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Mrs. Sato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Victim of the current case, a failed actor renting the room in this... Okay, I didn't actually update this to say he's not dead. A retired army man who's the landlord of the lodgings rented by Mr. Natsume. An old knee injury means he's confined to a chair most of the time. Mr. Garadeb, you were up here in your room all evening, if I have understood correctly. Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean. Ah! That's a very good point. Can't imagine you'd hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I? Then how did you know Mr. Garadeb? Then how'd you know Mr. Garadeb? It's the gas, woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas? Speaking gas. What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. Yes, I'd more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside. And the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I could explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously, the room would get brighter. Exactly, but at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it? Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe. Is that supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable. Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless. Long worn out, and barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they glow brighter in the rest of the house. Ah, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it. Well, of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night... Like an itchy spot on my back. What they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps in fires. Clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Garadeb. Absolutely fascinating. Oh well, nothing to it, really. Gas scares you for obvious reasons. Too spoopy. The gas lamps? I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case, either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Garadeb is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. A good idea. Prison cell. Ugh. Prison cell where the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is being held. He's spending so much time in it, he'll have to start calling the place home soon. February 21st, local prison, cell 9. Any usage of them, really. I've always dealt with electric and, well, gas pipes are only within a certain area here, and it's optional. Ah, interesting. We still use gas heat for our house. And our water tank, I believe. For hot water. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm, like, yawning so much. Yeah, we have a gas furnace in our basement. It runs on it's electric, but it still does run on gas. Like, it does pump gas through the house. Or maybe it was just heat. Never mind. I don't know. I don't know where the gas is. Our stove has gas. Wait, no. I don't know. No, it has gas. Our stove definitely has gas. Yes. Because you have to hold it, and it does a little click noise when you press it in. Until it comes on. Hold on. But explosions, I mean, they're always possible, yep. Gas stove clicking. Oh, these are all just guides on how to fix it. Alright, never mind. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm yawning a lot. I didn't take... Because normally what I've been doing lately is I've been taking a nap after work. Just to make up for some of the lack of sleep I get. I sleep from, like after I do my daily stuff after work is done, I'll sleep from, like, 8:30 to, like, 10. And that's why I'm usually starting streams around 11. But, today I didn't do that. I tried to, like, jump into everything and start streaming earlier. And I still ended up only streaming at 11. So it doesn't really matter what I do. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now? Freaked out when you tried turning on the propane grill. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Oh, yes? What is he? Tell me! Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Sholmes? He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But his diabolical deductions, they're not of this world. They've left me. Cursed. I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction, too. Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news. Oh! The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolutely worst case, you can only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible! Oh? I'm stuck in this cell suffering for some silly, wrong end of the stick! You didn't you, confess you're a killer? Why the mustache? Constant questions! I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, that selfless shyster. Make up your mind, are you dead or alive? If you're going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy William! Well, It seems likely that Mr. Shamspear was never actually dead in the first place. Ah, yes, that might make sense, and I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh. Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspear, didn't you? I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present. Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Ugh, why am I cursed like this? Have I shown you this before, Mr. Natsume? Oh yes, the sweet, sweet aroma of our beloved homeland. It shows that the wearer is a defense lawyer. It means nothing in Great Britain, of course, but I still wear it. Oh, that was Rianowski saying that. Oh, I know exactly how you feel, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. My Haramaki belly band, I don't feel right without it. Your Haramaki belly band? It's perfect for the cold English winters, just the thing to keep my tummy warm. Yes, I see the link, almost. Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell, but, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening, at 9:30 it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspear. So you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong! I'd never been to his room before. It was the first time! Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties into what Mr. Garadeb said. The victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening at around 9 or just after, when I took some nice tea I brewed as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then? And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet. Who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate. I'm sure such a stimulating subject, so Shakespeare. Blah. And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspear's tea? No, never, not at all. Team Juliet won. That was me. And when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit. I swear it. Categorically. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time, I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me. They all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. Wow, I messed up 2 words in that same sentence. I've moved more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago I moved into Briar Road. But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money. It spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no! He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Saseki-san, god damn it, hey sour cream. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended this place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money! A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, signed the lease. I signed the lease like lightning. Brave or blinkered? But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? Horrible history. How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. Do you think that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you? No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who've died in that room, I lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me. That really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Shamspeare was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, I know it, and that's why. I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodations with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Ooh, Susato-san knows how to make the man listen. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to conk out a little bit earlier than usual. That said, I could probably keep going right now. Of course, Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. You mean Mr. Garadeb? Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place. Ah, perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps in his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. You know, Sosaki's such a mood. I would definitely buy a cheap house, and it's probably haunted, just so you could buy more stuff. Yeah, exactly. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of its let rooms. What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps? Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please, forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shamspeare isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released. We'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Ahem, excuse me. Oh, it's Garrison. Gregson, Garrison, Garadeb. There's too many names in this game. Yeah, they aren't talking behind my back. They're talking in front of this. Yeah, they're talking directly in front of you, Soseki. Gwegson. Okay, I'm sorry. I am. I don't know why. Maybe I do need to take that nap after I'm done working. Inspector Gregson! Couldn't help overhearing what you just said. And on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh. Which did you want first? Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Huh? Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Then why'd you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, was just unconscious. He's come round now. Yes, we saw it happening in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we managed to get a written statement from him already. Wasn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell. Sorry, no, that's not on the cards. What? Why ever not, Inspector? Mr. Shamspears implicated someone as being responsible for what had happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear. You don't mean... I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Oh! By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life. That wickedest caitiff... I can't, I'm too tired for that. That wickedest caitiff, Soseki Natsume. No. 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 So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. No, with an H at the end. And so, once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. Something tells me this isn't going to be a one and done. February, 9:23 a.m., the Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, there's only one here. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. Yeah, I mean, in the context of this game, I think he's done like 3 cases here now in like a week. Because the McGilded case... I can't remember how long the McGilded case was before this. Wait a second. February 9th to 20th. Okay. Adventure of the Runaway Room. It was February 18th. Yeah, wow. It's like literally right after it. And this is what? And this is when? 22nd. Yeah, so Naruhodo, I mean, and that happened the same day he arrived in London. Oh, so that's why the room is empty. I forgot how quickly this moves, this first game. Well, this is the second game, but whatever. So this is all within the course of 3 days. He's now had 3 cases. You know what might wake me up if I have a snack? I'm gonna pull one of my Jack Links. And it's gonna be annoying to eat that because I shouldn't be eating while reading this, but we'll make do. And I'm hungry enough for it. Ah. Yes, that's the kick I needed. Ooh, that's spicy. Let's fucking go! Why does that one freeze the game? That happened during Pokemon, too. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line. Good morning! Ah, good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court! I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh! Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikatoba Esquires, what's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, didn't you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say. Oh, I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Mrs. Sato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Barak Van Zieks. Van Zieks? Gah! Oh no, no. He's literally been the prosecutor every time we've been here. Why are we surprised at this? The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter. After all, Lord, that outfit, yeah. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zieks is the prosecutor. Oh no. That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. The man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal. Right here in the Old Bailey. Ah, do I have to put up with those two ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper! A pair of petrifying perils, potentially! Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Ah, yes? I'm innocent! You have to believe me! You more than anyone now. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Well, the trial's scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh! If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Well said. I swear on the sword at my side and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him just what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. Oh, yes. February 22nd, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, that's spicy. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. I'm eating a spicy Jack Links. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Japanese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's beef jerky. It's cheap beef jerky, but it's good. I like it. It's not just my imagination. It's really there. Lord Van Zeeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. I mean, to be fair, you've been working all week. I would imagine that Van Zeeks is taking cases as fast as he can. This Reaper with this curious disdain for us Japanese is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You've been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Absolutely. I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before. I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh, well, I'd rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. Couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight or the missus will go through the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. Well, most of these are the same exact people I've come to know and love at this point. The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. And that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London, chosen at random. Or at least, that's the idea. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Because we didn't want to invent more extra people for this game. Well then, let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zeeks, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decisions. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. What about the victim? Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Prosecutor knows the Reaper. The Bailey supposes the souls he prosecutes are eternally damned in one way or another. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Soseki Natsume, from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student, to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume. Yes, my lord, sir. My back scratcher. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. Right on my garbage can on top of my new Renamon. dim card packaging. Van Zeke's looking like a theater kid, yeah. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. When I'm on cue, yep. Ugh, believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Yeah, I got new dim cards for my Vital Bracelet that I still am, like, way behind on. I explained this earlier, but, yeah. One sec. Where are they? Yeah, here they are. I got, yeah, Renamon and Gilmon cards. And they're not limited to just those lines. They have as many Digimon as a normal dim card does. And, I've loaded them up. I've gotten the bonuses for activating them on the app. And, at some point, I will start raising them. And get some good Digis on my thing. I can hold 23 Digimon in my app now. Which I think is, like, every card has 4 megas on it. So that would be... I did not get the Terriermon card, no. There were 4 cards. There was Renamon and Gilmon, which you get as a set. And then Terriermon and... I forget the 4th one. Terriermon dim card. Dim card set EX2. Oh wait, no. Maybe it's just the single card. Oh, I think I just bought those 2 cards together. Yeah, I just didn't buy Terriermon. Impmon? Nope. I think Impmon was a separate card. Impmon was in, Impmon Dim. Does that exist? Yes, it does. It does. It was part of the GP Volume 1 Tamer set. But those were also very limited. That also had a Gilmon and a Renamon card, as well as a Monodramon card. But those, the way those work, they only have a single line of Digimon. So you'd always get the same champion, same ultimate, same mega. Because every dim card right now has the same baby, the same in training, and the same, no, what is it in English? It's fresh baby rookie. And in Japanese, it's in training 1, in training 2, and adolescent. And right now, all of them have only one in training 1, in training 2, and adolescent per card. Though they are changing that. The new set that's coming out has multiple rookie Digimon, and then it has like 1 less champion. Because champions, there's the most of in each card. There's like 6 or 7, and I think they're dropping it down to like 4 or 5 now. I think it's ultimately the same amount of Digimon per card. It's just they shuffle around which ones are where. And I think it ultimately ends in 4 megas. So yeah, that's Digimon talk in the middle of this Ace Attorney stream. I'm sure anyone who's watching this on YouTube has long clicked off this video at this point. Ugh. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at Garadeb household, where the defendant has lodgings. Digimon Tamer is such a cool series. I actually didn't watch Tamer. I only watched Adventure and Adventure 02, and then the Tri movies. I want to see Tri Last Kizuna, or was it Kizuna Last Evolution, to finish that up. I want to watch Ghost Game, and I'm curious about the Adventure reboot, but the Adventure reboot's getting dubbed. And, what's his name? Ben Diskin and, Zeno Robinson, I think his name is, are going to be, Tai and Agumon in that. It's a retelling of Digimon Adventure, but it takes place in 2020. So it's actually like Digimon, but in modern day. In the ground floor of the victim... Okay, let me start that whole thing over. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garadeb household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspear. That's not Gregson's voice, but whatever. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspear collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspected something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Strychnine, okay. Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. Oh. Excuse me. Sorry. Again, I think I'm getting sick. I'm not sure. I wasn't feeling super hot today. All the victim Mr. Shamspear lives to tell the tale. He very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took of the time to show how it looked. How come the photographic prints now are in color? But, in Ace Attorney, they're black and white. It's a chilling scene indeed. This man looks very much deceased. That's right, everyone present believed that's exactly what he was. Was he eating soap to remove the poison from his body? Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. Photographic print of the scene taken by the police at their arrival. Victim can be seen unconscious at the table, having been poisoned. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes. Yes? I think that's butter. No, it's soap. It's actually soap, don't worry. We went through this whole song and dance. It's a bar of soap. What the? Where's the thing on this? Oh. What is it, Mr. Naruhodo? This bar of soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in the depression just here. A reddish one. Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty. Where could the disc have gone? That's interesting. The little reddish medallion from the center has mysteriously vanished. I'm surprised that happened. Like, I had no idea. Okay. But yeah, that is soap. Through and through. Oh, I didn't examine these either. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of this cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you the proper way to take tea. It's a good thing you called it butter. No. Soapweed looks like a brand of artist soap. That might... Wait a minute. That girl is an artist. I wonder if that ties into anything. There's no tea ring inside Mr. Natsume's cup. Okay. Crack on both of these in the same spots. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspear was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. And most of them are Japanese. If you didn't call it butter, I wouldn't have... Yeah, that's true. You know what? Thank you for that, sour cream. If you had not told me about that, I would not have checked. I'm sure I would have had a look later, though. It's important. Okay, there's some sort of puddle over here. There's the soap. There was more soap hiding in those bricks over there. What's this on his back? Is that part of his clothes? It's piss. No. Sour cream. Yeah, that's not any different. Why do I still... Well, this is important, but why do I still have this? Like, what good is this gonna do me? As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits. Spirits. That's what you give spirits in Smash Brothers. You give them SP. Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings! There's a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me! What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsume? How? Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspear's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. It's so cold, my runny nose would freeze! And the point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more. Conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he is named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank in the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. Accused? Good grief! Order? Order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspear's room. As a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water specially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never. The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine the witness at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection. None whatsoever, my lord. Good. We will give you an account of the events on the night in question to the court now. Yes, my lord! Catastrophic night. Actually, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick before I do this, so one moment. What the hell did I come back to here? Quick, everyone do something. Oh no, what did you do? Don't say that when sour cream is here. Van Zeeks is fair and logical, although a bit of a jerk. No cross that he is a jerk. He set aside to has a bias for the fair trial, yeah. Dan says, boop the bird while she's gone. Boop bird. Boop the bird and Purro plush. Boops everywhere. Boop bird and Purro. Faces, heck. Oh god. It's a good thing I don't have the chat enabled. It's a good thing people can't see what exactly is going on in the chat right now. 6 viewers, wow, okay. Thank you. Thank you for being here to this train wreck of a stream. It is my dream to do this for an audience. A large audience. And I guess 6 people is quite large, considering that my average viewership is 5.1 right now. So I'm above the spread. around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. Oh, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. Some people don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Is Perot there? No, Perot had to go back to the lab. I have the Perot plush, but Perot the person had to go back to the lab after I got better. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. He said his human friend was having some issues and he had to go help him. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably, though. The teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? No, we have them. How could they? Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. They haven't been able to. If I hear you correctly, Inspector, Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance. I want to make a compilation of me trying to say many memo yesterday. I gotta go do that stream and just, like, clip out every moment I try saying it. Which is a lot of work. I don't know what program to edit videos I can use easily. I have hit film and oh my god, sorry. And it does not run well. It runs very slowly. It would take a long time for me to cut all of them out. How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. Manamomo, many memes. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There was none left. Not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. I see. Thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over to the jury, my learned friend. What? You could see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Might have to start pressing.
Hold it!
6 of the jurors are biased, though. Yeah, they are. You have to break through their bias. How long does it take for symptoms to appear, then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. We literally just dealt with poison last case. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. Can't deny that. It further degrades Soseki-san's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here. My lord. Spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well, the court will add this report to the court record as evidence. Report issued by Scotland Yard's medical officer. It obviously mentions the poison as well as other details gleaned during the police investigation. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. Victim, William Shamspeare, cause of coma, ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after injection, high likelihood of the substance having been mixed with tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigative conclusions. The poisoning incident occurred around 1:30 a.m. on 21st February. Such from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have been broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found on the scene. After which I went back to my room at around 11. So that was too late. If you're bitten and the biter dies and you were poisonous... Yeah, you are. If you were bitten and the person who bites you dies, you're poisonous. If you were bitten and you die, the biter is... What? No. Yeah. Yeah, poisonous is when... Oh, God. Venomous is when the person biting you, is when the thing biting you is deadly. Or it has poison. Yeah, he threw me off. Okay, hold on. I need a hard reset here. We have to reset the universe. Yeah, no. If something can poison someone else by biting it, it's venomous. And if something bites you and they die from it, then you're poisonous. Because you're not, and venom is when you're injecting, venom you inject. Poison is just a defense mechanism. Venom is more of an attack mechanism, though I guess venom could be defensive as well. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. So that would be... Poisoning incident occurred around 1:30 a.m. So yeah, that's way too late.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes. Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally? Of course we can. No problem with that report, sunshine. Actually, I think there's a very big problem. What if you're a venomous person bites a poisonous person and both dies? Which kills quicker? Well, I guess it depends on the potency. There's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. Chrono what? What do you want about? Chrono Cross, which I will be getting a physical copy of at the end of this month. Speaking of which, I should get my Chocobo collection copy tomorrow. According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. Also, if I'm to believe the signs, I believe the Playdate is shipping out soon, so I'll probably be getting that in another month or so. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 hours after the defendant left? Well, they both did the same movement. The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zeeks? By getting crunk. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice, this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? Okay, that's one glass broken. I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. That's a word you haven't heard in a while. What? Luncheon? Cuisine? A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
The booze, oh. Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there is a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
And in my country, there is an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned, or other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, Counsel? Oh, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. Suggests this may have been a suicide, Counsel.
Objection!
Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
The weak slap. But he could be lying. If you're gonna ellipses like that, I'm gonna take another bite of my Jack Links. Something wrong, Lord Van Zeeks? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Out, out, brief candle. Oh no, out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. And a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Oh, well, this is unique. Having the victim show up as a witness. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Yet the theater kid's here. Who, sir, are you? William Shamspeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. Which do I prefer, hot tea or cold tea? Hot coffee or cold coffee? I like hot tea and cold tea, and I like hot coffee and cold coffee. I like them all. Depends on what I'm in the mood for. What? What's he doing here? Oh, he has the same knockback as Sasato. Prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. It's berries and cream. God damn it. I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream. With this testimony, my learned friend's feudal resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness? Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Happy I am, Shamspeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence, in perfect English! That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim. Oh, it's him. Alright, so that's Mr. Shamspear. Who's that other man beside him? I like his coat. Yes, I think I feel we should have caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet they do scent the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. Same vibe as a zombie walking to his own funeral and paying respects to his own corpse. Yeah, but he's not dead. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare, were the great bard to be recalled to life anew. Lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shamspear. Oh, name's Meaderman. Adrian B. Meaderman. Adrian B. Meaderman. I work for the Altamont Gas Company, East End Branch Office. That's probably not a good voice for him. I remember now, it was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. Yeah, Shakespeare Shamspear. Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garadeb's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shamspear, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? That sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips. I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any doubt for the... Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Not gonna lie, that Shamspear guy's kind of hitting some aesthetics you like. Oh yeah, the jester aesthetics. I gotta say, I like his color scheme. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I of noble mind, sweet in nature, and verily, honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there is no less contrived meaning in your name? No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. Want me dressed as a jester? I actually like clowns more than jesters. I wouldn't mind dressing up as a clown. Actually, no, you know what, though? Jester outfits are really nice, too. I could definitely see myself wearing one as a costume. They're actually taking the seraph anagram idea seriously? God damn, these people are dumb. Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. My lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspear doing here? The gas man, I mean. He's the gas man. What, me? Well, now. Make a character that's an Anubis jester. I like that idea. Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence. When you suggested the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin-stroker is here to controvert your claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meaderman? Hang on, no. I'm just here... I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken, the truth of that wintry night of my discontent. Chin. Didn't I write a story there's an Egyptian jackal jester in it? I don't know. Did you? Maybe. I'd have to reread it. The wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But marry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. Prostrate, not prostate. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspeare's room all night. That read was awful. That's right, of course the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you could see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. Question is, sir, why? Well now, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is man! Wherefore wouldst thou not share in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words. What'd you say about me? Lost wait. Fuck. Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Indeed, is that so? And as the testimony we have just clearly heard reveals... Sorry. There was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out the crime. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination, ooh. Sorry, cable, headset. I wasn't crying, I was laughing. But the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body. What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meterman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time, as far as I'm concerned. Gaps in the window? Well, we know about the gaps in the window. We'd seen it already. That's where this bar of soap came from. And we can therefore discount the possibility of a suicide. How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Oh yes, lucidly explained, Counsel, thank you. Really was, you can't argue with the logic.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella, so you can't be sure it was the defendant then.
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspear drink tea together? Nah, sorry, I couldn't say. Why not? Because couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was the silhouette of that little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress. And the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Meterman. Allow me to confirm one final time. Was Gamma Guy playing LEGO Star Wars, the Skywalker trilogy? I believe he was. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question. Gasman's honor. So that's the entire testimony, huh? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I can't see any obvious holes at all, to be honest. No, oh dear. If nobody else visited Mr. Shamspear's room that night apart from Mr. Natsume, I imagine the members of the jury will all conclude the same thing. Right, that he's guilty. Well, all we could do is press these witnesses for more information and hope up for a breakthrough. Yes.
Hold it!
Let me stop you right there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. Look at this man go. Look at him go. He's incredible. If the defendant had really put poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly. 'Tis an easy task. What? I did drink of the tea not while my guest didst tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post-midnight, verily were my lips parched.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire, after all. Thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such an argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again, and who was stronger? Mr. Shamspear, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. Ugh, we all know what that means. 'Twas the tea alone that did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
Hold it!
So, you don't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper? Ha! Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Amen to that. I don't eat breakfast or lunch. I eat dinner and then I have another meal after dinner. Sorry? Not healthy, I shouldn't be doing that. I would that my belly were full no more oft than the sun doth rise. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is it there doth not in my chamber be more than the costumes of mine art. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. You are worried for my health. Okay, thank you. Noted. Now if you excuse me, my chest kind of hurts. Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? Burpy bird. No, I didn't burp. Every time I burp tonight, I've muted myself. Don't worry. That was me doing that. That was me smacking myself. I'm acting like my... I'm acting like... Never mind. It's dark humor. Don't worry about it. I don't recall seeing a single player script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. He ate his scripts? You've eaten them? Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Now could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea.
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor, you're referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume? Oh, indeed, sire, perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs? And at what time did the mustache Nipponese visit you in your room? Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, excuse me, and lo did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. He's calling Mr. Natsume a top? God damn it. I could totally see that too. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were embroiled in such literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means the discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment. I dare not imagine that scene. Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of jujitsu, but... Ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden. Comely maiden, excuse me. Is it comely? Maybe it's comely. Juliet beat Romeo up? This isn't helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that you, the accused, brought to your room? My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. Hold it. Oh. My lord. Goodness me, yes, Mr. Foreman. I've kept my mouth shut and listened up till now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yes. Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? Too right we have. Are you all with me? Yes. Wait, no, the defense is in the middle of a cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused. Especially after you identified those few hours that follow after the accused. I've been streaming for over 3 hours, sorry. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what difference did they make? None, as far as I could see. And since that is now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Very well then, let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
All of you? Well, it would appear the jury is indeed unanimous. Sweet. Time to get wasted. This is how British courts work, don't worry. So this time at least it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Get up, Mr. Naruhodo, please! The trial isn't over yet. You know what you have to do. You did it twice already. What do you mean, Mrs. Sato? What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? An obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? Yeah, I mean, you only just did this 2 days ago, and the day before that. Summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in a British court of law, if we can reverse the decisions of a majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Ugh, this shit again. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friends' inability to admit defeat? Hey, every time he's done this, he's won, so fuck off. You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination, because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with a summation examination, outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. I really don't care. I just need this trial to end quickly. The hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all. Juror 3 is biased. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I pleaded with the jury on Soseki's half before, and it worked. So you never know. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, well, you're still very new to British law, after all. That's true, I suppose. And Soseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands, too. Excuse me. That was a burp on stream. Sorry about that. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out. I wonder, should I let her talk me through it again, or not bother? Humor her. Alright, so, if you remember, the key to changing the jurors' minds is the things that they say to themselves. Yes, it's coming back to me. First, it's important to listen very carefully to each juror's statement. Then, if it sounds as though one of those statements might contradict another, I have to pit the corresponding two jurors against each other to prove one or the other I have to pit the corresponding two jurors against each other to prove one or the other of them wrong. Yes, that's right. In many ways, it's very similar to a normal cross-examination. Alright then, all that remains now is to do it. Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. I'm not reading that. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. No reason to doubt him. Alright, well, 5 doesn't have a reason. He just wants the trial to end.
Hold it!
You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir? Finish last. That's what it's about. What's that? Talking about the Derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it? Derby? It was a dead cert, that's the thing. Couldn't lose, so I took my wife's secret savings, like... But then that hopeless old mare went and did the unthinkable. Ah, that stupid finished last. Oh dear. I think it's clear what happened, isn't it? This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down to the pub. So come on, let this business lie now. Just give it up. No, that's not going to happen.
Hold it!
What do you really mean by that, sir? Five, it's not our fault you have a gambling addiction, yeah. Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up at 5 every morning, I do. To pee, it takes me 6 hours. At 5, you're a really early riser then, aren't you? What's that now? I said you're a really early riser. Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on. He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5. Oh my, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night. What's that do? Only 3 hours of sleep each night. That's right, you see. 3 hours of missing time. Like I said, it's not much, is it? This really isn't helping. 6 would be in senior hours at McDonald's. I forgot that those existed. The key to the summation examinations is identifying contradictions between jurors' statements, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, and once I found 2 jurors whose statements can coexist, I need to put... What is my voice doing? Oh my god. I need to pit those jurors against each other. And hopefully, when they see that what they're saying doesn't make sense, they'll change their leaning. Yes, and if you're able to change the minds of a majority of the jurors, the trial will continue. But conversely, if you're unable to do that, the judge will declare the trial over and move to adjudication. And I can't let that happen. Somehow or another, I have to turn this trial around.
Hold it!
Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese men's tea. When you take the gas men's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Well, it's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same. Isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps, though I don't see it happening. What's that? Elderly gent on the end here, you know. You'll have to speak up. Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have in the jury, then? Alright, sir, may I hold you to that? Don't forget what you said. Humph. Alright, if you could show me that the victim's a liar, I'll reconsider my position.
Hold it!
Do you stand by that statement? What do you take me for? I'm a gentleman, sir, a man of my word. So let me be perfectly clear about this. If it turns out the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision.
Hold it!
Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid? No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid. So you say, yet again. Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously, it's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all. He does not sparkle. Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much.
Hold it!
No, not one of those things is a reason I find a man guilty. But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of the events is backed up by what that big-chinned man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh, that's another 3 steps. Well, this really does seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it? Right, and the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more.
Hold it!
Fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is a most tiresome problem for the company, most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Good gracious, Altamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gotta be used properly. Altamont Gas is the best in the world, of course. The mayor is the best. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? So would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meaderman was watching that Mr. Shampspeare is up to in his room? I'm afraid there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night, we're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shampspeare is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public. But you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of a man hath not heard. The ear of a man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me... Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin? But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an Altamont gas explosion. So Mr. Shampspeare's been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement. My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping the thief apart that you enjoyed? A little before that part about abject violence, if not too much trouble. Yes, of course. This could be it. This could shift the balance. The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality, he's a common thief of my company's gas.
Objection!
Oh, okay, that did work. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 1. Yeah, what are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamount Gas? Well, yes. The victim who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact, turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true, we don't have evidence as such. Just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. They are quite based. What? Oh, I assure you they are quite based. You heard me, seeing as this operation has already been compromised. I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch officer employee over there. I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show you that Mr. Shamspeare was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. As a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yeah. I'd like to fight juror number 4 behind a restaurant at 8 a.m. in the morning as a sign of respect. She'd probably whip your ass, though. Yeah, probably. She'd explode your ass with Altman gas. I was just watching a video on Kirby lore, and that made me think of Haltman from, Planet Robobot. Max Haltman. Was it Max Prophet Haltman? That was his full name. Now that we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So if this means you'll recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground. Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. In that case, I shall change my leaning. So, Mr. William Shamspeare, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know what exactly kind of man you really are. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory! Order, order. Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. The result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue. Bitch. That's 2. You spoilt the bouquet, Mr. Shamspeare. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me. I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright for a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul. Oi, what'd you just say? Do I take it, Mr. Shamspear, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartily, my lord. Hast thou forgot I am as a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and giant of ass, and verily honest of heart. Ah, you flowery mounted pompous beanpole. Just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet. Mr. Shamspear, if in fact you are not of noble mind, sweet of nature, or thick of ass, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of the crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. Oh no. However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas and this case are unrelated. Juror number 4. Yes? You say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man's been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him. That's right, we do. Don't we, worker? Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gasman's honor. Very well, then. We will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspear, has been stealing gas. Yes. Yes, my lord, it'll be my pleasure. Something about on the Altamount gas name, I swear. If I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Wahoo! Oh yeah! Sweet as honey! Yeah. Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord. Wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting, mark my words. So, you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamount Gases Company's fuel. Quinby Altamont, 38, the wife of the owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Company. She's a staunch believer in the superiority of the fuel and utterly unforgiving of gas theft. Adrian B. Meterman, a young man who works for Altamont Gas. He's a witness to the incident. 23. Oh, I forgot Sholmes is the same age as me. He's 34. She looks like an Umber Witch. I should stream Bayonetta. I never finished it. Yes, is that clear, my good man? Clear as Altamont Gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world. Ooh. Okay, excuse me. That was a water burp. I think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Sasato. I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. Eaten less of the stick, wow. Or less than half of the stick. The Altamount Gas Company's investigation. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamount gas meters accept threepenny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irreverence of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice that I've broken twice now. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zeeks? Does the mustachioed Nipponese poison, the gangling excuse... Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should be concerned this... That is all that should concern this court. And yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. Wasn't there an emblem in this? Yes, there was an emblem. We've been over that, sour cream. You made me check it because you said it was butter. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your eastern island nation is no more than geographical distance. Maybe the emblem in the soap. He's putting that in as a coin and it dissolves. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. But here's the thing: even if the emblem's a coin, they would have found it inside the machine, inside the reader, the meter. So if there's nothing in there, then how's he getting out? That would explain the wet floor. Alright, that's 2 glasses and 1 bottle. He just killed someone in the gallery, by the way. Do what you will. Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning, and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true they would appear to be completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places, and the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Whew. Ruppany bits. So all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they? They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamount Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes. So if a 3p coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would want to use about 3 coins a night? Bit more than that, actually, if they above both gas lights and a gas stove, that is. Thinking about... So Seki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. And how does the money in the meter get back to you in the gas company? Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins. I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part. Ah, because they have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks. He's been pinching gas off us for ages. You've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room, I take it. Naturally, we took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-toothed comb. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspeare Special. That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3p pieces. But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty. I'll never forget that humiliation. When I opened the money box and found it bare. You what? I said, you what? And the look on his face, that smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jemmied open anywhere. Not a single sign. And what's happened to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what. A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing became of it. I've still got it. Oh. Right here. No wonder they call you Meterman. I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing. A meter that dispenses gas for a set amount of time after a coin is inserted sports a very strong lock, developed especially with Mr. Shamspear in mind. Gas meter has been entered into the court record. Excuse me, I'm getting very mucusy. Definitely. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. I would say it is much value as the contents of that meter. Oof.
Hold it!
I didn't mean to press that shit. I didn't mean to press that either. Because I pressed the Windows key. There's only one key for all of your meters? Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. But even someone had somehow managed to get a hold of a key, we know if the coin box had been opened. Oh? How? I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens. Would you care to explain? Well now, in order to empty a meter, you have to unlock the padlock to remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see? A seal? Like the sort of thing you'd put on an envelope, you mean? Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal. Now, in the case of Mr. Shamspear's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said. But the seal hadn't been broken either. So that would mean Mr. Shamspear somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it? It would seem so, but that would be impossible. Someone's using... Okay. So I think what's going on is whatever that coin was in the soap, it dissolves. And putting it in the meter to get gas means it dissolves inside the meter. So then you can't find anything in there. I guess. I have no clue. It's really weird. It's a very sturdy-looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is sealed with beeswax too. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would. You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Kraken bottom? Let's zoom in and talk. Oh, what's... Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just here, there's a little hole. Do you see it? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspear? Possibly. Seems the people at Altamount Gas must have missed it. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through the inside. Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. That coin box sports a very strong lock, and there's a tiny hole in the base. Wax. It's wax. Wax coins. He's making wax coins, putting them in there. When the gas starts heating up, it melts the wax, it drips through the hole, falls on the floor. He scoops the wax up, puts it in the indent in the soap, and then puts the soap outside. And then the wax re-hardens into the coin, which you can then use again. That's how it works. Calling it now. Certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's taking place in the very same room. According to the testimony, it's the only meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume. I know, it does seem that way, but the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked. Oh, might seem that the two cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact, they're intimately connected. Yes, we've experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance. Perhaps, but we can't be sure of that yet. If the Altamont Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamspeare so earnestly, there must be something to it. But then, how has he been managing to steal their gas?
Objection!
Objection. Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? Get away! I've been over and over that thing! I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it! In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Hole? What? You're right, you're quite right. There's a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspeare secretly opened up this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised, but why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. Couldn't get a farthing through that. You get a fart through it. Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? How can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes, given that there are no signs of having been forced, I'm wondering if perhaps, rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, that does make some sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel, and the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you it's quite impossible to dismantle it. Wahoo, yeah, nothing leaks from an Altamont meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing. My theory of the soap emblem being used as a coin, right? It might be. I think I know what it is. I see. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. Okay.
Hold it!
That up. So yes, I think the emblem is a coin. I think it's wax. And I think what's happening is, because there's a hole in the meter, he's putting the wax coin in there, it's melting, and then he's taking the wax and putting it back in the bar of soap to make it harden back into a coin. And I think that's how he's doing it.
Hold it!
Has anyone ever tried? Oh yeah, they've tried, but they've all given up before long. After all, no, your theory was pretty much spot on. It just wasn't the whole story. At least that's if it's true. I don't know if it's true. After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is its welded steel construction significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like seeing how the meter differentiates coins, for example? How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1-penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does the meter know that the coin has been fed as a threepenny bit? I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch thick in diameter, you see? Other coins just won't fit. I see, it's clearly been very well thought out. Witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. The meter is designed for coins the exact diameter and thickness of a threepenny bit. Nothing else will fit.
Hold it!
But conversely, then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Well, would, that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it to a certain extent as well. We've thought of that through anyway, though. If I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that, us gas men do. Live for them. Yes, we love screwing over poor people. It would seem the gas company has thought of everything. Woohoo! Hooray for gas! Hooray for cash! Altamount, all the way! It's quite enough of that. Remind me, how big are threepenny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? That's true, screwing over rich people who scam hard workers. Let's return to the testimony. As of course, my lord. As I was saying, Altamount meters are unsurpassed. They can't be manipulated. Oh, look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across. Or 3/4 of an inch. Aha! Do you think? We did find the soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window. So we took this one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone?
Objection!
Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any objects if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Excuse me. Oh, my stomach's making noises. Thickness, yep. Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as the threepenny bit. What was it? The item in question is this. What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap. It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. It looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. What's so important about the soap is this part here.
Got it!
You have to turn the soap over to see what I mean. Ah! Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit. Get away! Does anyone here have present in their possession a threepenny bit? Round depression. That's me. That's me. Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. Sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it? Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now to see if it fits. My word, it couldn't be more snug. Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it. That's 3. 3 in 1 bottle. So your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas? She's a queen bee. Yes, she is. Yes! The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. Let's concur, at least, that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap, such as this, is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You could make fake coins in no time. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamspeare's been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter. Quite true, Lady Altamont, in the absence of some black magic that can make them disappear. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. Exactly, and the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. If that is your assertion, counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins to disappear be seen?
Got it!
The answer is right here. Clearly this is highly suspicious. Oops. Rather vague answer, wouldn't you say, counsel? What is highly suspicious, I would posit, is my learned Nepalese friend's panic-stricken expression. Ah! I don't claim to know much of the backwater from where you. I don't claim to know much of the backwater from whence you hail. But I hear that the Nepalese are wont to cut open their stomachs when they recognize their failings. Please, don't hold back on our account. Ah! I assume the Japanese, like the British, have but one stomach. Might I suggest no more failings, counsel? Consider your response carefully before trying again. I didn't mean to...
Got it!
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap. Oh, I get it. That's right, the answer, of course, is ice. Did you say ice? Mr. Shamspeare's been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. After a night in the bitter cold, the water's completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamount gas. He's a fucking wolf in wolf's clothing. Doesn't hide his intention. He'll bite you if you're logical. Yep. That's Van Zeek's. But why was that one coin red? Was there blood in it? Or was there poison? Maybe that's what the poison was. Just like that, so simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water? That's right, madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of some soap and water can render it totally useless? I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence. Sorry? I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamount. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you actually do have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. A piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspear's instilling gas is... Yep, obviously that.
Take that!
This is a photograph of the scene of the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson, and it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspear. What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspear's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Almost certainly, it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage and the occupant was heating his room in all of his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence, too. Mr. Shamspear slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half. You're right. It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? Pardon me for disagreeing with you, your lordship, but... certainly not. He didn't beat around the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspear was found with a fork in his hand. The reel of soap is sounding increasingly likely, Lord Van Zeeks. You mean to say he was using that fork to... Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well. Good gracious! Ah! 3 cups, 2 bottles. Lord Van Zeeks. I was throwing my hand up in despair, and happened to catch my hollowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake. Maladroit? What is the meaning of this, Counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well... that Mr. William Shamspear is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. That's it. That's exactly it. Very well, let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to that room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shamspeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, prosecution calls for an immediate adjudication. You... What? Wasn't there... Yeah, there's a red coin. I don't know what the red coin's significance is. Better than it. Order? Order? Well, counsel, how does the defense respond? Mr. Naruhodo? What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zeeks is saying? Whoops. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What? But counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Van Zeeks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, that's a question that we now need to consider, namely... We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison would afflicted Mr. Shamspeare. It was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed. Because, in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? This has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? I guess it could be, photo again.
Take that!
What exactly is this piece of evidence supposed to reveal about Mr. Natsume's tea, counsel? Oh, I was wrong. I suspect it may possibly relate to the tea in some small way if we dig deep enough, damn it. Then you'll be digging for a very long time indeed, my learned friend. Oh. I'm at the bottom of the deepest chasm. You'll find no sense in that absurd assertion. I wish I could disappear down a deep chasm to escape his deep sarcasm. I advise you to think more deeply before you answer again this time. It might still be in here. It might be trace amounts of water. Nope. I was also wrong. Damn. I mean, the only other thing it could be is soap. gracious. Soap again? Use the soup. No, it's soap. Use the butter. The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice? Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. Excuse me if it's a gas coin. Sorry, I gotta stop soon. So you discover the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found at the soap at the time weren't normal ice. There was something strange about them, you mean? Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red. No. You mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. And that's the tea, sis. What? I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. Oh yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing. So on the night in question, Mr. Shamspear, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought in by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. My word! There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspear's window. Extraordinary. Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that even if 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. Yep, you are right, Sour Cream. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all. Ugh, you smug Nipponese. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Bailiff? Bailiff. Instruct the police to attend the scene at once. Yes, my lord. Understood. It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zeeks. None, my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim. Yes, my lord. Soap would have cleaned the poison. No, it wouldn't. No, that's not how it works. Soap's an emulsifier. It helps your skin slough off dirt and grime. It wouldn't just eliminate poison because it's in contact with it. If you do a bar of soap in mud, it wouldn't just make the mud disappear. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow. Thank you, Council's court is adjourned until tomorrow. Oh, thank God. I did not think we'd hit to be continued before I had to stop. I actually wanted to stop 20 minutes ago, but we managed to keep it going. February 11. I'm not. You know what? No, I'm not gonna. 22nd February 111. You know what? Yeah, no. We're gonna stop here. I absolutely cannot go any further. This was 4.5 hours of this. Other games I wouldn't mind. It's just that there's so much reading in this that it's like impossible to like keep it going. So for now, we're good. We're good for the time being. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. I always appreciate it. Always do. Always happy to see people here. Tonight was good. I will keep streaming this week. Again, don't know if I'm going to be here tomorrow. I'm not feeling super great. I might take the day off. I'm not sure. We'll see. And on Friday, I will be on Shell Shock Prime's podcast at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'll have more details about that probably Thursday night. I have to talk to him about how we're handling it. Can we raid someone? We only have 3 people. I really don't feel like it's worth it. I'll just let auto-host take over right now. By the time I raid someone, it's going to drop down to 1 person. Not really worth it. But yeah, more of this coming up. Just again, very briefly, next week, I'm only going to be streaming probably Sunday through Tuesday. Wednesday I have to go to bed early, and then Thursday through Monday I'm going to be at PAX East in Boston. And I'm going to probably be too tired when I come home on Monday to stream, so probably Tuesday of the week following we'll stream. And then the week after that I'm going to Atlanta, so same thing, Sunday through Tuesday. So essentially we have 4 weeks of abbreviated streams coming up. But we'll still do more of this. Hopefully, by the time the vacations are over, this game will be close to being finished, and I can move on to something else for May. But yeah, thank you for coming. Thank you, always, for coming by. You have a great evening, and I will see you tomorrow. I need rest. Good night.